What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Saturday, December 13th, 2025. We are here at Kaagbaan, runway 24, one of two runways in use for departures. As you can see, the sun is out somewhat. It should get reasonably sunny here today. Looking forward to that. After 2 days of grayness, we can do with a little bit of sunshine. Good morning and welcome to the show, everybody. Marja, goedenavond. Marissa, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who already joined us. Two 747s took off as I was walking up here and setting up here respectively, among which the MPS. Such a shame. I hope we are still going to get a few more 747s in today's show, but you never know with departures. Lined up right now as first airplane to be filmed in this show, already coming this way. Shamrock, flight 603, destination Dublin, Ireland. Diverging departures in progress, as you can see. 18 left is also in use. The sun is out, illuminating the airplanes beautifully. And next will be KLM flight 983 to London City. Hey, Wolfgang, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Happy weekend to you and to everybody else. Good morning to everybody who joined. Klaus, Tina, Jurg, Ari, Mizam, Marijke, Nielsel, Henk, Bobbers, Ed. Good morning, one and all. Geese were audible. Actually, quite a few birds flying back and forth. The Embraer to London. Typical that you see that stripe, that fin or whatever it is, with the lighting here. Good visibility. Heavenly bodies, contrails and the moon. And another contrail coming this way. Anita, goedemorgen, good morning. Vero, goedemorgen. Henrik, goedemorgen, good morning. Vashro Darshane, goedemorgen. Dave, kapitein, goedemorgen. Anil, good morning. Dirk Kantoor, goedemorgen kerel, good morning. If you look at the bottom of the moon, you can see the terminator where it is twilight, and you can also see the contours of craters. Lovely to see. You might be wondering, is there any wildlife in the water? Shady figure in the grass. There were a few ducks. They flew past me, but I think they might have landed in the side canal. Now, in the grass along that side canal, you do find a group of coots. But I have spotted ducks, so unlike Polderbaan, where thus far I haven't seen ducks in a while, not since they stopped fortifying that dike. It's looking like there's also something landing on runway 22. there. BizJet. Oh, if only they'd get rid of this pile of sand. It's grown even bigger here in the middle. They're always working here at Schiphol Airport. Hardly ever is it beneficial for us. Well, I was referring to Geese earlier. Here's another group. A quartet of Geese. Let's point the camera in the direction of the threshold. KLM Flight 601 should be coming. It's looking like my camera is leaning a little bit up. Means it's a bit back heavy. Right, slid it 2 millimeters further to the front. Should be more balanced now. KLM Flight 601 to LAX. Lined up. Next departure here on Kaagbaan, runway 24. Hey, that's a good suggestion there, Wolfgang. I'm not sure how stable the ground is up there, though. I think my tripod might quickly drop in the gravel or whatever it is. Now there's also a beautiful twin jet, looking like it's a wide body, passing by right in the foreground, but up. It always coincides with something happening on ground level, isn't it? Doesn't it? Anyway, KLM Flight 601, 78710 to LAX. Frits, guten Morgen. Pieter K, good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. Vakantieganger, goedemorgen. Piotrek, goedemorgen, good morning. Mali, goedemorgen. Edwin, goedemorgen. Yeah, and that wide-bodied airplane producing a control in the meantime a bit further, think northwest. Is that United? I think it might be. A little hard to see from here, but if I had to take one guess. Now, over here, insofar as we are able to see through the mounds of rubble, we can see a Chinese triple. Not sure what else is there. Hard to see from here. What did catch my eye was this. I think last time I was here, this was not yet here. They're apparently making haste with expanding the buildings over there. I think Fidel Castro was also over there, now in the grass. I think there's also a big fire happening here somewhere in the vicinity because I heard multiple fire engines. One of them even with sirens on and all came blazing through here, the beach avenue. First Delta of the show also in the background and another one behind it. Mr. F, good morning. Mieke, goedemorgen. Kabouter Plop, goedemorgen. Plopper de Plop. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday. Lovely Saturday morning here in the Netherlands. Stark contrast with yesterday when it was 50 shades of grey, as it was on Thursday. Piotrek asks if you can see the panorama rooftop terrace and the Fokker 100 from over here. Unfortunately, you cannot. You need to be located on the other side where the camera is now pointing to. Over there where the McDonald's is situated. From there you can see the airplane on the panorama rooftop terrace. From here it is right around the corner and buildings are in the way. BA City flyer to London City. Daniel, goedemorgen. Welcome back, mate. Right, I've got the white balance still at 5600 Kelvin. I think with sunshine during the day I have it a bit lower, around 4700. That was looking a bit cool still. Maybe if the sun gets a bit higher, but if you think the color balance is off, let me know. If the audio isn't good, if it is too loud, if it starts clipping, for instance, with the A330s, let me know. I can always lower the ambient volume a little bit if need be. Our next airplane taking off from the Kaagbaan is going to be Delta Airlines Flight 47 to New York, JFK. Good test for the ambient audio. If there is one airplane type that might induce clipping, it is the A330. Those can get loud. Delta Airlines Flight 47 to New York, JFK rolling, coming this way. A330-300, November 815, November Whiskey, 18 years old, first flight, January 2007. Next after that, KLM Delta Airlines Flight 57. So this is 47, next after this, 57 to Salt Lake City. That's also a 300. Wingtip 46. Richard, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. No clipping? Awesome. Means we can raise the volume. At 4700 Kelvin, things would look like so, and that is too blue to me. We had it at 5600. Which might be a bit warm, could also go to 5260 or so, more towards 5000. Hey Appelflaps, goedemorgen, good morning. Hans, goedemorgen, good morning. Delta Airlines Flight 57, destination Salt Lake City in Utah. A330-300, November 819, November Whiskey. We had the 815 just now. This is 819 with wing fluff. Nice. Over there the sun is already out. Over here, hiding behind a layer, a band of clouds, which does look to be moving out of the picture soon. Helsinki spotting, good morning, goedemorgen. It is Sander Shinobi also back in the house. Goedemorgen kerel, good to see you again mate. Right, back to narrow bodies for the time being. E2 Embraer took to the skies via 18 left just now. And another one of those airplane types is lining up here on Kaagbaan. The destination of the airplane lining up on the Kaagbaan is Aberdeen. Next after that will be a 737 from KLM to Persenchester. And it looks like there's an A321neo to Helsinki on the move. Actually, there are two on the move by the looks of it. I'm seeing double. Boy be tripping. Hey, what's that in the background? That's the 777 to Cape Town in South Africa. Is not coming from the 777, mind you. It's the E2, obviously, but it could have been a it could have been a 777 sound that you were hearing. Hans Wieber, goedemorgen. Goedemorgen zonder zorgen, indeed. Danny, goedemorgen. Alan, what up, mate? Goedemorgen, good morning. From a very rainy, windy Lanzarote, typical. Are you in Lanzarote in the only week of the year that they have rain? That is poor timing, my friend. Hope you'll get better weather soon. Zimi, good morning, tuning in from Turkey. Arjan, goedemorgen. John Cotton, good morning. And is that Mickey Les, who's tuning in from South Africa? Nice. This is KLM Flight 1031 to Persenchester, 737-800. The next KLM 777 is already in the vicinity. KLM Flight 689 to Cancun in Mexico. I think it's only the 21 Neo to Helsinki before the airplane to Cancun is going to take off. Boulderbaan is in use for arrivals. Delta A330 Neo by the looks of it, landing there. Maarten, goedemorgen. Rob, goedemorgen. Inimini, goedemorgen. Fijne zaterdag to you too. Louise, good morning. More representatives from South Africa. That is so nice. KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. A321neo. Which one is this? Fax G. First flight of this airplane was in March this year. 3/4 of a year old. Hey boss, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, mate. Welcome everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're here at Kaagbaan, where the sun is out once more. Illuminating the liveries beautifully. KLM flight 689 to Cancun in Mexico is now coming. 777-200 the PHB QH Bravo Quebec Hotel. 21 years old, first flight September 2004. KLM Asia, because Cancun is a well-known city in Asia. Meanwhile, 01 Mike D is also back in the chat and he is celebrating today. Membership for 5 months, no less. Mike, thank you so much for your continued support. 5 months and counting. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If it isn't, let me know. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, mate. Good morning and congratulations. And of course, a big thank you for your continued support. BizJet just now took off from runway 22. They're landing and they're taking off from the same runway. Not exactly sure what type this is. It probably took off right after the triple did. All right. Corendon in the background. No, EasyJet. EasyJet, KLM. Lined up right now is KLM flight 1269, destination Copenhagen. 737-800. Monzi, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hey, Basil is celebrating today. Basil is celebrating 8 months of membership, and he is mentioning that we're out of nuts and vodka. Oh dear. I thought we had ample supplies, but I guess I didn't check recently. Thanks for the heads up, mate. I'll put it on the groceries list. Make sure that tomorrow everything is back in order again. In the meantime, Basil, thank you so much for your continued support, and I hope, other than we're out of nuts and vodka, that everything in the lounge is still okay. If not, let me know. I'll try to sort it ASAP. Wagner, bom dia. Annette, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're at Kaagbaan, runway 24. Polderbaan, 18 left, right is in use for arrivals. That looks to be Emirates Sky Cargo. Blink, and before you know it, something will have taken off. EasyJet New Oreo. Singapore A350, west to east over Permanent. Wolfgang says, thanks for the heads up, mate. There can only be one airplane, I think. This ought to be it. Let's check. Yeah, it certainly is. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. Singapore A350. KLM 737 in the foreground, taking off in the meantime. Glass, thank you so much. Glass super chatted for some nuts. Boy brings the vodka. Absolutely right, Glass. Well, thank you for your contribution to the nuts. What kind of nuts do you prefer? Flux of Geese. This is the so manyth V formation of geese that I am hearing and seeing. Thought they would go further south when winter came, but they all seem to be very much present around the airport. Next up will be Air Baltic to Tallinn. And after that, I think we might get the CA7879 Dreamliner. The Dreamliner already in the background, and the Air Baltic is already coming. 858 to Tallinn. C-Series 300. Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Foxtrot. 4 years old, first flight September 2021. Hey, and that's the Austrian flag livery in the background. Did you see, Wolfgang? It landed yesterday. I also filmed it yesterday when it was landing here. Unfortunately, you weren't there to see it. The Austrian flag. It even said it on the tail. Latvia or something, which I think is Latvian for Austria. Yeah, there it is, and it's the same airplane, Latvia, and that's Latvian for Austria. It's the Austrian flag livery. Before that, we are going to see KLM Flight 783 going to Bridgetown. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Hotel Foxtrot, 9 years old, first flight April 2016. Things are getting a bit more busy at the threshold. A queue is forming. Cashew nuts. Coming up, Klaus. Cashews are great. Pistachios are too. Particularly if you make ice cream out of it. Hey Gerard, goedemorgen, good morning. Alex, good morning. Tuning in from Cape Town in South Africa. So many South African representatives in the chat today. Lovely to see. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like. Apparently it helps to bring in new people. Not sure that it does, but it can't hurt, can it? Several wide bodies are approaching. KLM Flight 661 to Houston. Delta. Delta to Detroit. Jonas, guten Morgen. Jonas wonders, wie viele Sprachen kannst du eigentlich sprechen? Gute Frage. Zwei, vielleicht drei. Deutsch ein bisschen. Englisch und Niederländisch am besten. Ein paar Wörter Italienisch, aber das war's. Ja, und Französisch ein bisschen. Auch ein paar Wörter. Latvian flag livery. Actually, one of two airplanes that Air Baltic has in their fleet, one of them with the word Latvia on the tail, that was this one, and another one where there isn't. Hey Ray, good morning, goedemorgen. Paul, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Leiden, and indeed it is a lovely day. I'm assuming in Leiden the sun is also out. It's not too far to the south, and looking further south, I think you guys are having the same weather. Right, still a few narrow bodies, then a few wide bodies. More is alive on the platform further to the north. The morning rush hour is commencing. Next up will be KLM Flight 1231 to Göteborg. That's a 737-900. It's looking like after that we are going to see KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco, then KLM Flight 661 to Houston, then Delta Airlines 133 to Detroit. 3 wide bodies back to back. But first, KLM Flight 1231 to Göteborg. Well, thank you, Issy. Klaas says that Issy says in German that my German is good. Well, thank you so much. Well, only a couple of years in high school, but going on skiing trips ever since I was young to German-speaking countries does help. I think for most people in the Netherlands, it applies that a lot of German you can understand as long as people don't speak too quickly, but producing it is more difficult. That's always the thing. If German people speak German not too fast, I can understand most of it, and I think that goes for most people. L at Via is short land at Vienna. Huh? I'm not following Wolfgang. maybe I have drunk too much vodka already, but that I wasn't following. This is KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco. Lovely Dreamliner and lovely lighting. Latvia, Latvia, yeah. I guess I'm still half sleeping, Wolfgang. Hey, and Alex, thanks for the kind words. All right. What else? KLM Flight 661 to Houston in Texas. 777-200 Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Golf is the registration. The airplane is 21 years old. The first flight was in April 2004. And Texas Dreamer says, I'm in Texas and finally in bed after a very fun Christmas party. Already a Christmas party? Seems a bit early. An early Christmas party that turned out to end late. Right, this is KLM Flight 661. On its way to Houston. Not to be confused with Austin. Lovely wing fluff. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. A330-300. Daniel says, so French Austrian would be on y va et via. Oh, don't make it more complex, mate. It's already hard enough as it is. The Emirates Sky Cargo that we happened to catch on its descent to the Polderbaan has arrived over here. It has to traverse the runway at some point because all of the cargo airplane apron is now situated on the south side of the Kaagbaan, this runway. Hey DB Basement, welcome back, mate. Here's the next Delta Flight 133 to Detroit. Another 300. Oh? Are we getting a wave? I'm not going to be so narcissistic to presume that that was a wave directed at us, but it was kind of sort of looking like a wave by the pilot, wasn't it? Or was it just me reading too much into it? Hey Oksana, good morning and welcome back. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Kaagbaan, runway 24. One of two runways in use for departures. The other runway in use is 18 left. It seems that proper Austrian has also taken off just now to Vienna. Austrian in the Latvian flag livery. I think Austrian is German for Latvia. Never knew these countries had such a good relationship with one another, but apparently they do. Special liveries in each other's flags. Lovely. KLM Flight 12, 93 to Billund, 737-700. And DB Baseman is celebrating today 4 months of membership. May thank you so much for your support. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. The low supplies of nuts and vodka have already been reported and they've been put on the groceries list already. Pete, goedemorgen. James, good morning. Tuning in from South Carolina. Good early morning to you then. Maarten, good morning. Hey, Captain Jerry is back. What up, Jerome? Long time no see. I was wondering where you were. Hope all is well. And Captain Jerry is wondering, why is it not raining? we're watching a stream in the Netherlands, right? It's always raining there, isn't it? There's a glitch in the matrix, it seems like, Jerry. Eindspatting, good morning, goedemorgen. Diana, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to ask any questions that you might be having. Many are watching, they're all friendly, a lot of them are knowledgeable, and will happily try to answer your questions. Over here in the water, all is still quiet. No coots, no grebes. I did see a couple of ducks, but they were flying past by. They flew past me. They flew past me. I think they landed in the side canal. Parallel departures from both runways. Another Air Baltic. A220. I've seen dozens of flocks of birds here this morning already. Luckily, none of them stayed too close in the vicinity of the runway and the outbound track, but a lot of birds, and hardly ever is bird control to be seen here. Next up, KLM Flight 623 to Atlanta. And a massive big thank you to Peter K, who just now gifted the membership. Roger V is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Roger. Have fun with the custom emojis. But that goes for everybody. Make sure to use those custom emojis. Roger, have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you to Peter. Peter, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome, Roger. Now, another flock of birds over there. And more. What is up with all those birds? Really busy here. There's also a Contro, as you can see. Close to the zenith. What's that? Is that a 737? Might be. Close to my zenith now. Big picture wise, this is looking to the north. This is what things look like to the west. Over to the east, things look like so. And looking to the south, things look like so. Dick, goedemorgen. Wingview Sim, good morning. JP Kraus, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Our next airplane taking off from Kaagbaan. Rolling already. KLM flight 1199 to Oslo. Another KLM A321neo. There it is already. This one's the Fax H. Fax G we saw earlier. Fax G had its first flight in March 2025, and this is Fax H. First flight May 2025. Singapore A350 has been pushed back, Marissa says. Unfortunately assigned to 18 left. It is still 10:32, so we have to wait until 11:40 approximately for every airplane taking off to be taking off from our runway. We should still be able to see it if it is taking off from 18 left. Quite easily, actually. I'm not able to see everything on Flight Radar. Right now I'm zoomed in and focused on what is happening around the threshold of runway 24. So if Singapore is lined up, let me know in time and I'll make sure to keep looking in the background for it to emerge so that we can film its departure. Jan wonders on what days I am live. Well, usually Thursday through Sunday, weather permitting. If the weather has been really shit and it's good on a Monday, then sometimes I do an additional stream on Monday to compensate for lost streaming days on Thursday, Friday, Saturday or Sunday. But normally speaking, Thursdays through Sundays. Pale Blue Dowd is tuning in from Nova Scotia. Good morning. This is Delta Airlines Flight 143. I think this is the first A330neo of the show. It's going to Seattle, Washington. Bill J's hometown. The November 422 Delta Zulu. Eddie, goedemorgen. KLM Dreamliner to Kilimanjaro. Taking off from 18 left. KLM flight 569 is this. Oh. So a view similar to this is what we will be able to see of the Singapore A350. once that takes off from 18 left. Hey Marcus, goedemorgen. Over there we have United Airlines flight 21, also going to Houston in Texas. Lined up already, but not yet visible, is KLM flight 955 to Newcastle. That's the 737-700. Have a look who's here. It's Paul. Good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hope you're well. Hope you guys are also having a bit better weather in Yorkshire than we, like we have over here. Enough with the 50 Shades of Grey, right? Track is also back. That rhymes. That was unintentional. Look who's back, Track. So looking in the direction of the sun, you can see there are several linear cloud formations, one a bit closer to us, one a bit more to the horizon. We also have a contrail that is coming directly this way. SAS to Copenhagen is rolling. And after that we are going to see the 767 to Houston. Interflug spotter, guten Morgen. Jeffrey, goedemorgen. Ah. Jeffrey just drove past me, nice. Are you going to Calgary? And a van over there honking. Not sure who that was, but the driver was honking. I'm not sure if that was directed to me, directed at me. (677) to Calgary. What's the estimated time of departure? Should probably be somewhere in the stream, I think. All right, 767 300 to Houston. United flight 21. This specimen is 33 years old already. First flight March 1992. $12.40. Will you be the pilot flying, Jeffrey? Do you know that already? Harold, good morning and welcome to the show. And that contrail was Air Canada. Thank you, Peter K. Asks if I will be streaming again around 9:45. I will be, but I'm not sure yet if I'll do departures. And if I am going to do departures, I'm thinking of maybe going to Alsmeerban instead. So anything going to Curacao will probably be out of the picture then. Switch it up a little bit. Today, sunny. Tomorrow it should be a bit more cloudy. And over here, you have the best lighting in the morning hours with the sun being out. So I'm thinking if I am going out tomorrow, I might be going to the threshold of 18 left. But that would mean we would be filming departures of airplanes that have destinations to the east. Okay, well, keep me posted, mate. Can you do a wing wave upon departure if you are the pilot flying? Or will that upset the captain? We can dream, can't we? Now, I'm wondering, is this actually a contrail remnant or a regular cloud? It would be a very thick contrail remnant, but it is so beautifully linear. I'm thinking, nah, it's probably not a contrail remnant. It's too dense, too thick. Hey, I spy with my little eye, both on flight radar and in real life, the Dash 8-100 Coast Guard just taking off from runway 22. Still with the Canadian registration, on its way westward to do a coastal patrol. Oh? That sounded like a sudden change in thrust setting. Probably reducing from climb thrust, from takeoff thrust to climb thrust, or, well, no, they're not even climbing. So I think we heard them throttling back. I'm not sure if you guys were able to pick it up. The microphone is directed in that general direction, so I think you guys probably were able to pick some of that up. Okay, what's happening right now? No traffic yet. To the Kaagbaan. Singapore seems to be lined up right now on 18 left. You should just announce it over the intercom as a little test. We're testing the ailerons shortly after departure, once to the left, once to the right, just to see if everything is still working. They don't know you do a controls check before taxiing. Singapore is rolling. Singapore Airlines, flight 323 to Singapore, A350-900, there it is. Unfortunately, getting away from us. Oh, there it is already. Sadly getting away from us via the wrong runway. Indeed, Paul, a bit of turbulence on takeoff. Right. Couple of contrails. Are they on a collision course? An optical collision course? Don't think so. No. The one to the right already on a trajectory ending up lower. Yeah. Still waiting for those visual kisses. You do see them every now and then. It's always nice to see. The sun temporarily obscured. Traffic on the Kaagbaan already. Air France Bombardier C-Series 300, flight 1341 to Paris Charles de Gaulle. Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis is also taxiing this way. Gert en Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Patrick, goedemorgen. And Maarten 1954, thank you so much for your super chat. I don't see any accompanying text along with it, but that's okay. Thank you so much for your generosity, Maarten. That's very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota is lining up. Delta Airlines flight 49 to New York, JFK is also coming this way, slowly but surely. Mr. Mika, good morning. Arjan, goedemorgen. See what I was talking about? Flocks of birds. I've seen so many already. A lot of birds and very little bird control. Hopefully they'll continue flying past the runway headings, the flight paths of the airplanes. Ita, over there. It's 10:49, so I'm thinking if it is a departure, is it? I think it is an arrival. Yeah, it's looking like an arrival. It's not showing on flight radar, where I right now have outbound traffic filtered. Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Up next, here it is. A330-300, November 824, November Whiskey, 10 years old, first flight June 2015. Right. That Chinese triple that was standing here now no longer is. As you can see, we're seeing Emirates Sky Cargo instead. If you look at Flight Radar, you can see that the Chinese triple has been pushed back. It's going to go to Shanghai. Should be coming this way. Lined up right now is Delta Airlines Flight 49 to New York JFK. It's an A330-900, aka an A330neo. The November 428 Delta X-Ray. A year old, first flight June 2024. Emirates Flight 146 to Dubai. Unfortunately, looking to still take the wrong runway. But it is closing to 11. 8 more minutes. And then 40 minutes of Kaagbaan exclusively. So, right now, the sun is hiding behind a band of clouds. Should only be temporary. Hey, what is that? That's Russell Crowe, isn't it? Yeah, that's Russell Crowe. Okay. I keep looking at lanterns, hoping for more falcons. Now, instead of falcons, I am seeing more ETAs. Here is another one. Hey, and the Qatar to Doha has also been pushed back. By the time that is rolling, it is probably already 11 o'clock, isn't it? Is Qatar to Doha also assigned runway 24? I hope so. Line up right now. At the threshold, is KLM flight 1513 going to Barcelona, 737-800. We have an SAS to Oslo over there visible. Qatar Cargo moved by People Livery, assigned to runway 24. Thank you, Marissa, for letting us know. Another BizJet departure from runway 22. There it is. Lufty A340 coming this way, Wolfgang says. Southeast to northwest. Well, there are a few. But these are all twin jets. And there's another control in the distance, but that also seems to be a twin jet. Hey, good morning. I am Yayo Dadi. Now, lined up is... Oh, and there's a banana sneaking past. Emirates flight 146, I think. Having taken off, yeah. 777-300 to Dubai. Next up, China Southern Cargo, flight 454 to Shanghai in China. 777 freighter, the Bravo 2027, 10 years old, first flight May 2015. Right, there it is. Chinese triple going to Shanghai in China, followed by BA to London Heathrow, flight 431. Right. The sun is still hiding. So too are the ducks. But the sun is going to reappear pretty soon. We can see that quite clearly. What's that in the distance? That's KLM. More KLM. And Indito, our favorite. Air Dolomiti. BA flight 431 is on the move by the looks of it. A320 going to London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Well, it was yeah, there it is. I was about to say it was looking like it was moving, but maybe it wasn't after all. But it was. Next airplane to depart is going to depart to Frankfurt, Air Dolomiti. Air Dolomiti has been flying on behalf of Lufthansa before, but it's looking like they're flying under their own moniker. Flight 8947. The triple that you see in the background is going to go to Johannesburg, which of course is in South Africa. Hey there, QJ, good morning, mate. QJ mentions that the retro Transavia is going to take off around 1:35, and the CKC will take off around 8:05. Well, the 747s are always scheduled at certain times, and almost never do they follow that scheduled time. It would be nice though to see a 747, considering there were 2 taking off while I wasn't able to film them yet here this morning. First walking up here, I saw Nippon taking off, and then while I was setting up still, I saw the MPS, the Maarten Air Cargo. Previous time I was here before today, we were more lucky with 2 747s almost consecutively. First movement in the water, and it is of course no one else but Chris Coot. Maarten also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. And a warm welcome to everybody else who has joined in the meantime. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, shoot, feel free. Don't be afraid to interact in the live chat. Here we have KLM going to Johannesburg, South Africa, flight 591. And that is a 777-200. Moved by People 777 on its way to Doha. LC 878, guten Morgen. Wouter, goedemorgen. Hans has to go. Thanks for joining us, mate, and enjoy the rest of your Saturday. In the meantime, it is getting busy here. We have 1 airplane in Cheaters Lane, 1 lined up, 3 more behind them. Also, a big wide body passing by right before me, close to the zenith. Looks like a lufty old livery. Busiest taking off. Constant action here. TUI Dreamliner, no, TUI Dreamliner, but a MAX 8 737 to Tenerife, I think. PH Jet also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Right. There's an E2 Embraer 195 going to London Heathrow lined up right now. After that, we are going to see Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia, and after that, KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. And there is another 767-300, I should say, from United. And it's also going to take off pretty soon. E2 Embraer 195 to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1005.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
J-Ro is back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And Radio 478 is tuning in from England. Welcome to the show, mate. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat if you're new to the channel. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. This is the 1700th E-Jet. It says so on the sticker. It says so on the sticker, so it has to be true. Hey, Chris Coot and his mate have swum over here and are exercising right in our vicinity. Nice. They're doing cardio in a leisurely pace. Although Chris is now accelerating by the looks of it. Yeah. He's practicing his sprints. Klaas unfortunately has to go. Michael, in the meantime, has arrived. Klaas, have a nice day. And welcome to the show, Michael. Not the biz yet. Just now, having taken off from runway 22. Going for an Air Icarus. Next airplane is KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro, 777-200. Wing fluff, engine inlet condensation. Unmistakable growl of the 777-200. Next up, the second 767 of the show. Another United. The first one went to Houston. This one is going to go to Washington. 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 I probably mispronounce it all the time. Washington. That's what it says. Washington. Now, the previous 767 was around 33 years old. This one is also 33 years old. First flight was in October 1992. I was still in elementary school for another few years. What were you doing in 92? Or is it Washington? That's probably it, isn't it? Washington. 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 Washington? Washington? Washington. If only there were somebody here who could tell me how to properly pronounce Washington. Washington? 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 Washington. Not tongue in cheek, Washington. Natalie says in 92, I was just 1 year old, so that plane is only slightly younger than me. Peter was getting married in 92. Nicholas was 5 years old in 92. What, sing Tom? It's a difficult name to pronounce, isn't it? Washington. 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 Disney Oreo. Almost sounding like a GE90 or a triple, mini triple. Think that the A320s and 21 Neos sound more like triples if you close your eyes than an E2 does, although it also sounds somewhat similar. Now I am happy to report that there is a Chinese or Taiwanese Far Eastern A350 making its way over to the threshold, ready to take off pretty soon. Its destination Taipei in Taiwan. Things are starting to look a bit warm over here. I'm going to lower the white balance a little bit. Lufty, flight 2303 to Munich, A319 up first. This is it. Grumpy A350 Up next. Lufty 747 also in the vicinity. Right, this is China Airlines Flight 74 going to Taipei in Taiwan. A350-900, the Bravo 18903. The airplane is 9 years old, first flight December 2016. Seems to be saying, I don't want to go back to Taipei. And here we have the Lufty 747. Right, what's next? Next, an airplane to Bangalore. Normally should take the the eastmost runway, but since that is now closed, this airplane will also take off from Kaagbaan. KLM flight 879 to Bangalore, 787-10 Dreamliner now lined up. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight May 2020. That was not a very special transition or anything, Wolfgang. I'm surprised that I'm still able to follow somewhat decently under these conditions. My pen axis is really loose. I really have to be very careful with operating the camera. My tilt axis is much firmer still, but the grease from the last drag replacement is leaking out of the system quite quickly. I can already feel it. Not sure yet when the new tripod will arrive. I did pull the trigger, when was it? The day before yesterday. But it wasn't in stock. It needs to be ordered from the factory first, so they warned for a 7 to 14 workday delivery if in stock in the factory. We're awaiting a 777-300ER, KLM flight 735 to Curacao. After that, a Transavia A321neo to RMF, that's Marsa Alam in Egypt. Which is where my neighbors were supposed to go to, not this summer, but a year prior. But then it didn't go through because, first of all, they didn't catch their plane, and then secondly, the youngest of the two children broke her leg They were supposed to go to Marsa Alam. Emirates A380. Another one of those airplanes is also coming to Amsterdam. It should arrive here between 12 and 1, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere around 12 to 12:15, which makes it a candidate for the Polderbaan. Here's KLM flight 735, 777-300 to Willemstad, Curaçao. Hadi Thijs, goedemorgen. RWY, goedemorgen. Bevroren Patat, goedemorgen. Mid-V, good morning. Wolfgang, thank you. You didn't have to do that, mate. For the flow tech, yeah. I sure hope that tripod head is better built than this one. Pretty expensive bit of kit. I sure hope that the viewing numbers will also pick up again. It's been abysmal lately, and it looks like the 2 weeks of absence has not done the channel well. Incredible. 2 years ago I had similar views on my streams with only a fraction of the subscribers, so something in the algorithm is really tripping. But the stream should be infinitely better with that Flowtech tripod head, with that those legs and that tripod head. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Wolfgang. The Germkneudel in Hinterglemm will be on me, mate. We'll have to find a good place. I haven't looked into it yet. Good place to have some Germkneudel. Transavia to Marsa Alam. Here it is. Maarten says, sometimes quality better than quantity. Well, it's quantity that makes the world go round. If the channel stops growing, I will have to consider whether or not I'm going to continue with it. This isn't a hobby project or anything. I did begin the channel with the hopes of getting it, growing it into something bigger. And if I seem not to be able to do that for whatever reason, I will have to reconsider. It's costing a lot of time, and there are a lot of things that I can also spend my time on. For now, we are going to see a couple of wide bodies. KLM flight 537 to Kigali is lining up. That's A330-200. And, oh, KLM flight 877 I thought was coming this way, but, oh yeah, it's looking like it has been pushed back. Going to Mumbai, but given the time, should take off from runway 24. Delta Airlines Boston. Pinging, but not yet in the process of getting pushed back. ITA does seem to be in the process of getting pushed back, or having just been pushed back. KLM Flight 757 to Panama City has been pushed back. That's a 777. Is that the Orange Pride? Let me click on it. I haven't clicked on it yet, but it is the Orange Pride, so me and Marissa were eyeing the same airplane simultaneously. I wonder if the Orange Pride still has a white nose cone. If you go to the community section, you can see that Stefan Tudor took a picture of it. Was it yesterday? The day before yesterday? The day before yesterday, I think. And the nose cone was not orange, but white. Good morning, Dutch Laura. And thank you for the kind words, Radio 478. I do my best. I do my best. Pretty soon, upgrade of the tripod. Carbon fiber legs, so it should not be able to torque as easily as this aluminum tripod Tripod head has 7 settings instead of 3. The drag mechanisms are built more robustly, so grease is less quickly, or at least on paper should less quickly seep out of it, which reduces your drag, which means that your tracking becomes more sloppy or more susceptible to become sloppy. Drag is your friend if you are operating a video camera. For those of you who don't know, you need drag resistance so that you can make smooth movements. More is better. And if the grease in the mechanism that is causing the resistance seeps out, you have less grease and less resistance. In the meantime, Jörg went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for that. You didn't have to do that. I'm looking at the screen to see if we crossed the number of likes. That makes sense, but 333, abysmally low as well. So that can't be it. Jörg, thank you for whatever reason you gifted 5 memberships. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for doing it anyway. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Jörg if you are one of his recipients of a gifted membership. Have fun with the custom emojis. There's 34 of them to be had fun with, so make sure that you do have fun with them. That goes for all members, new and old. Jörg, thank you so much. Incredible. Once again, 5 new gifted members, courtesy of you. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Jeff says, excuse me, if you get a moment, could we have a look at the 3 cones on the Earth mound? I'm slightly obsessed with them. Are there 3 cones on them? I must say I haven't. Oh yeah. Surely they're not on the mounds, but no, yeah, it has to be. They have to be. The mystery cones. Ben the man is back. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Dennis asks, what kind of tripod did you order? A Sachtler Flowtech 75 with an Active 8 head on it. It's basically an industry standard here in this part of the world. Whenever you see electronic news gatherers and there's press conferences, most of what you see are Flowtech tripods, and they usually have a Sachtler Active head on them. So Active 8, Active 10. I think 8 is one that you very commonly see. Again with the Geese. Where did I see them? Not sure if it's the same group of 4 that keeps flying back and forth constantly, but I'm surprised by how many flocks we've seen already. This is Air Europa going to Madrid, 7879 Dreamliner, flight 1098. 4-year-old airplane, first flight June 2021. There's the sun. This is what things look like over here. Spinning around the camera. There is a stubborn layer of clouds in the south. This is more or less pointing to the south. The rest of the sky mostly blue. More birds, because why not? Shady figure over here in the grass. And I'm also hearing a twin jet right in my vicinity passing overhead. This is KLM flight 877 to Mumbai in India. The twin jet. In the meantime, already a bit further out. Not sure to what extent I'm still able to get details out of the shot. Not much. Could be a Lufty, could also be something else. I'm hard pressed to identify it from this angle because I cannot see the tail, which is usually what makes it easiest to identify the airplane. Or if there are stripes. I thought I still heard something, but I guess that's still the echo of the airplane I just now filmed for a brief moment. It is 11:35. There's the orange pride. Now it has snuck in without us being able to see the nose cone, so it's going to be a surprise whether or not it's still white or if it isn't. Garuda Retro is also taxiing, and it's taxiing to our runway, Marissa says, so that's also a nice treat. Republic Indonesia on it. Absolutely stylish airplane. There's the Embraer 190 from BA City Flyer lined up. Obvious destination, London City. After that, KLM flight 757 to Panama City, which is the Orange Pride. Ah, thank you, Natalie. Could have been Lufthansa flight 408. Lufthansa from Frankfurt. Nice. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Okay, I see a light. Apparently the bird control is on the runway right now, doing something of an inspection. Here's the reason for the hold up. Hey, is that the wannabe ITA JetBlue? It is. Nice. And this reminds me, I still have some sound effects to rip. K1 with the new AMS Schiphol logo. To boldly logo where no man has logoed before. It's off the runway, so I'm guessing clearance should be given pretty soon. I'm also hearing stuff overhead. I was hearing a propeller, but my eye caught something else. A twin jet. Well, this is as high as my camera can go. We'll have to wait until the airplane I had my eye on will enter the field of view. There it is. Now we still have to wait until it is more in the center so that I can start zooming in. Twin jet, right in my zenith. And here I can start to zoom in and follow it. Same angle as the other airplane. Hard to make it out. But yeah, there you go. In the meantime, the BA City Flyer has already taken off. Yin is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And for some reason, oh, I think it missed a space. I was about to say I'm not seeing your message highlight, or at least my name highlighted when you mentioned me. And I think that has to do with no space between hello and at AMS Live. Right, Orange Pride is lined up. After this, we are going to see the retro Garuda Indonesia. Absolutely nice back-to-back lineup. Before going there, there's also a quad-engined control coming my way with a nice pattern in its control. Yeah, so that's the Lufthansa 747 that Wolfgang is referring to in the live chat. For now, it is time for our back-to-back departure of KLM flight 757 to Panama City, 777-300 the PHBVA, but most of you will know it as the Orange Pride. The question is, will its nose cone still be white, just like Stefan Tudor photographed a couple of days ago, or has it a different color? Yeah, well, we have our answer. Orange Pride going to Panama City, but I suspect it has gone to Ecuador or Colombia or Peru not too long ago. Party hardy in Latin America. First flight of this airplane was in January 2008, as most of you will know by now. Next after this looks to be Garuda Indonesia Flight 89 to Jakarta in Indonesia. And that is the retro livery. Nice little in-between step is the 747 Lufty contrail that is almost in my zenith. Here it is. Lufty in the old livery with the yellow logo still. I personally think that is the best looking, better than just the monotonous blue and white. Lined up right now next to take off from the Kaagbaan here is Garuda Indonesia Flight 89 to Jakarta 777-300 It is the retro Garuda Indonesia. Absolute beaut of a machine. The Papa Kilo Golf India Kilo, 9 years old, first flight December 2015. Let's look and listen. Absolutely amazing. Well, if you guys enjoy stuff like this, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Tell a friend about AMS Live if your friends are also into aviation. We're not done yet with the wide bodies. KLM to Sao Paulo is in the vicinity. Lined up right now and moving already is Delta Airlines. Delta Airlines Flight 257 to Boston, Massachusetts. The November 417 Delta X-Ray, 3 years old, first flight February 2022. It is 11:45, so I am afraid that if it hasn't opened up already, Alsmeerbaan 18 left is going to open up any moment now. For the time being, it seems like all the airplanes are still coming this way, but that will probably change pretty soon. Hadi Elise, goedemorgen. Just in time. And Dijzer Rebel, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan runway 24. Primary runway for outbound traffic today. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. I'm going to have a small glass of vodka before the exodus will commence. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching. Most of them are friendly. A lot of them have knowledge and will happily try to answer any questions that you guys might be having. This is Croatia Airlines Flight 450 to Zagreb. And another United 767 in the background. Flight 908 to Chicago. Third 767 of the show. And not a single A350 from Delta that we have seen thus far in today's show. Croatia Airlines in the Star Alliance livery. Another 7478 coming in. Thanks for the heads up, Natalie. You can already see it in the distance. There it is, another 747 control coming this way. Lined up right now, KM Malta flight 395. Its destination you will never guess. KM Malta A320neo, the 9H NEB. November Echo Bravo, 6 years old. KLM flight 791 to Sao Paulo, lined up at the threshold. Next departure. That's 777-300. The shade of red does remind me a little of Play, doesn't it? Or am I the only one? I am color vision deficient, in case you guys didn't know. If I wasn't, then I probably would have been piloting myself. But that red, to me, it looked like it looked a lot like Play. This is KLM flight 791 to Sao Paulo. 777-300. J.W. Slijm, goedemorgen. Didinho, goedemorgen. Stijn, goedemorgen. Stranger, morning mate. Hey, name change. Hey, Ton, dankjewel. Ton, hope you're watching. A small contribution via PayPal from Photo for You, aka Ton. Hi boy, small contribution to buy black paint to paint the noses of the retros black. Thank you so much, mate. I will have to be very careful when I go airside if I don't have a security pass on me. That's something we still have to find a way, a workaround for. Dankjewel, Tom. Thank you so much, mate. Right, this is United Airlines flight 908 going to Chicago O'Hare. Right, Finnair over there. It's not an A350, it's a wannabe. And so partner 777 freighter has been pushed back. We'll come to runway 24. Thanks for the heads up, Marissa. Yeah, probably would have been visible if we were standing closer to the edge over there, which is where I am standing when filming arrivals. When you are filming departures, you want to be a bit further back. In actuality, I still think that this is a bit too far to the front, too close to the runway. But yeah, if I stand further back, the road comes more in the vicinity. You'll start to hear that on the ambient microphone, unless unless I opt for a wireless, buy another transmitter and receiver. Put the ambient mic here and go stand and film a bit further back. Past the road is ideal because you'll also have a more lateral view on these narrow bodies. Which if they take off from the threshold are already really high in the sky when they pass you by over here. You're basically having a belly view. Meanwhile, Milo, good afternoon. Milo says in Belgium the sky is all grey. Hey. Ja, ben ik.
Yes, my dad's a big fan.
Hey, nice. South Island Aviation. Well-known name, yeah, nice. That's your dad. Yes. What a coincidence. What an incredible coincidence. You think your dad is watching right now?
No, he's probably in bed right now.
He's probably in bed. Do you still want to say hi so that he can see on the replay? Hey, here's your son saying hi. Awesome. What a coincidence, mate. Alright, Finnair A321 is taking Cheater's Lane. Here it comes, the A321. In the background, Tarom is going to line up next. And after that, TUI. And after that, Air Canada. As you can see, the majority of the sky over here is still pristine and blue. Few cirrus clouds you can see over here. There's still a band of clouds if you look towards the sun to the south. At the horizon you can see it looks to be more cloudy in the south. Milo, who is in Belgium, which is also to the south of the Netherlands, confirming. So I guess we are having a lucky break here in the Netherlands then. This is Tarom flight 362 going back to Bucharest. Gerrit wonders if there is no mud over here, and if you look here in the grass you can see over here there isn't. It's just near the Polderbaan where all those acres are next to the cycling path, and I think the tractors have had a field day or two over there. Such an incredible amount of mud. I've never seen it ever since I've been visiting the Polderbaan. Never have I seen so much mud over there. The thing is, it's sticky, it's wet, it's not going to dry up and be blown away by the wind anytime soon. So if there's no construction taking place on the other side of the canal, it's mud. That makes choosing your location a bit troublesome. Now luckily, if you go further to the north along the cycling path, when you're at the Polderbaan and you go past that bridge, those pipes crossing the cycling path, the grass is still crisp and green. But it's going to take a while, I think, before the mud that is closer to the parking place, of the Polderbaan will have gone. Beautiful ETA in the background, and here in the foreground we have Air Canada flight 809 going to Toronto. It's in the Star Alliance livery. Charlie Golf Oscar Foxtrot Victor is the registration. It's a fake Canadian, not even Quebec in the registration. Now, if I were the CEO of a Canadian airline, I would definitely make sure that all the airplanes in my fleet would have registrations with at least one Q, one Quebec in them. Seems like a wasted opportunity. Marissa also remarking what I was silently thinking, that 18 left still doesn't seem to be open. We're not complaining, absolutely not. It has happened before once, not too long ago, that they also were late with reopening. ITA flight 121 to Milan is now lined up. Bombardier C Series 300. There's also a CRJ over there somewhere. First CRJ of the show. Meanwhile, I see that Roy is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Roy. Hope all is well. Happy Saturday. And a warm welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at runway 24, Kaagbaan. Still the only runway in use for departures today. The sun is out once again. And this is ITA. And boy, doesn't it look good. Next up will be a CRJ, the first CRJ of the show. First CRJ of the show, SAS flight 558 to Stockholm. Registration IGE. Or is it gay? I think it's IGE. E-I-G-E-H. That's gay, right?
Ha! Gay!
Chris Coot is over there. And I think his mate, yeah, his mate is a bit further back. Right, SAS CRJ I Gay, the registration, 16 years old, first flight somewhere in 2009. And the Suparna 747 turning final for the Polderbaan. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. I'm looking to see if I can find it already. Alas, that's not the case yet. Right. Chris once again swimming back. Done with the morning round of cardio. His mate is still a bit lagging in speed, but lagging. Yeah, well, Suparna 747 on final. Struggling to find it. Also not able to see it visually already. Let's focus on the things that we can see best. The ETA to Rome is over there. Also looking to take off from this runway. KLM flight 565 to Nairobi is also coming this way. That's interesting. That's a clear sign that 18 left hasn't reopened yet. Polderbaan is getting the A340 and the 747 back to back. Marissa says, that's nice. That's nice. How far to the north of Schiphol are these airplanes still? Because I am looking to my left to see if I can spot something and I'm still not seeing anything. Now if these airplanes are still flying in the vicinity of Alkmaar, it would make sense that I'm not seeing them yet. Looking. I do see something now, but is that... No, that's not the Suparna yet. But that is the glide slope to the Polderbaan. So anything behind it should be over there somewhere. Hey, what's this? I think this might be Suparna, right? Yeah, that's looking like a 747. What's more looking like a 747 than an A380. Apple Flaps says, take a few Apple Flaps on your way home later. Dankjewel, thank you so much. I will definitely do that. Apple Flaps and oily balls. It is that time of year again, here in the Netherlands. No wait, this is the A340. This isn't... I see now that quirky third set of wheels. Right. Yeah, you're right, stranger. This is the global A340. With the sun illuminating it, it is stunning. Absolutely beautiful paint job. Can't think of any other airplane that has a better looking shade of blue than this ETA. I think that the A340 in the meantime has descended too far for us to see. Don't see it anymore. The 747 over there. That is Suparna, isn't it? Now, interestingly, its 777 sibling is lined up here right now. Suparna coming in and Suparna going out. I can hear the engines over there. Suparna Airlines flight 7448. 777 freighter arriving from Shanghai. Bravo 227, a uniform, brand new, first flight September 2025. And dankjewel Nathalie, thank you so much. Who writes in Dutch, finally an AMS streamer. And thank you from Sassenheim, which is coincidentally right next to Lisse where I live. Bolstreek represent. Right, well, while I was following the 777 from Suparna, the 74 from Suparna also descended below the trees and the road and whatnot. Now that 747 we should see pretty soon because its parking is situated right there. So it will have to cross the runway at some point. Still not seeing anything going to runway 18 left. What a bummer. Not. More birds overhead. Again. Geese. This is KLM Flight 565 going to Nairobi in Kenya, which is in Africa. Hey Guido, goedemiddag. Good afternoon and welcome to the show everybody else. Real Greek tuning in from Sliedrecht. Good afternoon to you too. And welcome to the show everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Kaagbaan, runway 24, which is surprisingly still the only runway in use for departures. Even though on days like today, normally speaking at this time of day, 18 left would also have opened up again. But thus far, not yet. Hey, it's Rodney also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Anxiously awaiting this snow we're going to get 6 to 10 inches possible. Well, if you do get snow, Rodney, make a snowman, take a picture of it, and feel free to post it in the community section. This is KLab Flight 743 going to Lima in Peru, which is in the vicinity of
Ecuador!
Marissa says that EasyJet to Milan looks to become the first airplane to go to 18 left, so they are going to open it up. That's a bummer, but it was to be expected, so not surprised. I'm more surprised by how things here have stayed the way it is for such a long time. Isn't this radar supposed to be turning, or are these two both horizontally and vertically? Round robin. Round robin. That's curling. Wolfgang asks, what time was it for the first officer for Jeffrey to take off? Good question. It was KLM flight 677 to, what was it, Toronto, I think? Don't see it on the platform yet. And I keep hearing geese. I'm not sure to what extent you guys can hear them as well. A duo. Oh, and here again a few birds. It's incredible the amount of birds that we are seeing here today. Now over in the grass on the other side of the side canal there are still... Hey! I spy with my little eye Donald and Daisy. And the geese here again. And two more behind. Constantly flying over here. Here. We had Coots, but also Donald and Daisy. And Donald and Daisy just woke up. What is up, Donald? What is up, Daisy? They're saying like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you're enjoying the show. They're so right. And this is British Airways going to London City. No? Heathrow. Lucas tuning in from Istanbul. Greetings back, mate. And Jeff says, breaking, no cone related updates. Stay tuned for more info as it happens. Now, how many cones are there? There's 3 over there. But are there more? Hey, there's another one over there. And another one over there. They're spreading, Jeff. They're spreading. Can you see? They're multiplying. First there were 3, now there's 5 of them. Why do I have the feeling that they're spying on us? It's looking like they're spying on us, isn't it? Hey, bonus ETA, Marissa says. It was originally scheduled to depart back to Milan at December 11th, but for some reason it didn't. And it will now depart to Rome, but sadly from 18 left, around 12:30. Well, keep me posted. I don't think we're going to see any departures in the next few minutes since the bird control has entered the runway. K3 doing an inspection. Means for a few minutes we're not going to see airplanes right away. Oh, did I miscount, Jeff? Are there 6? I must have missed the 6th then. Let's see. Where... Oh, Suparna is still... It just crossed the center runway. I was wondering where the Suparna 747 might be and if we were going to see it in the next few minutes. Still has to make its way over here. Right, bird control is doing a runway inspection. Right, you guys counted 6. Let's do some cone spotting. These 3 are quite obvious. But where are the others? Well, numbers 4 and 5. I also already spotted, but where is number 6? There's number 4. Ah, yeah. That's number 5, and there's number 6. Number 5 was more covertly hiding. You guys were right. 6 it is. They're multiplying. KLM 737. Right. Runway inspection has passed. There's an EasyJet, which will line up in a moment. Should be the next departure. Hey, Gary is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Nice to see you again in the live chat, being able to watch while live. EasyJet to Liverpool. Yeah, you're right, Gary. It's well observed. It has been lower before, and yeah, it's good to see that they're actually doing stuff, but visibility from here is reduced a little. Then again, it was shit to begin with. Let's be honest. Best view still is to be had from the very end of this part. But for departures, of course, you're standing too close to the runway. Ideally, and maybe one day I'll have to look into it, because it is technically possible to place the ambient microphone over here where I'm currently situated, but then position myself and my camera past the road, further back, which also would allow the narrow bodies to be viewed. It would allow us to view the wide bodies that are usually higher up in the sky already, more laterally, instead of belly views like like with the EasyJet that you'll see in a minute. It's taking off nearly from the runway threshold, and those narrow bodies are already quite high in the sky then. And you need to be pretty far back to see it properly. Now, if I take my full setup with me, then obviously there will be a road between us and the airplanes, and the microphone in the blimp will pick that up. And I think it might be a tad distracting. And again, might also be worthwhile to just try it once and see what it does. Maybe it's not too bad. Also would save me a bit of walking, since it is more in the direction of where I usually park my car when coming here. Suparna is now in the process of crossing the highway, and I think I can see its tail already. There it is. Like a red, yellow shark coming this way. EasyJet is lining up according to flight radar. It's not yet moving this way, but... Oh, there's also a 7th, Ton says. More cones. Is that so? Where then? Or at the 3, you mean... Oh, no, that's not a cone, is it? Is this a cone? It's looking different from the others. Is it a toppled over cone? I wasn't sure it was a cone. I thought it might have been a bit of pipe or something, or tube. Anyway. Here, case in point of what I was talking about earlier. Narrow bodies taking off from this runway. Already pretty high up in the sky when they pass you by. And you'll see the bottom, mostly. Standing 100 meters back or so would make a difference. It would definitely make a difference. Hey, Frank is also back. Good afternoon, mate. Long time no see. Hope you've been doing well. Good to have you back. Hope you bring us good news. This is Suparna, having arrived from Chongqing in China. Can use the old tripod for blimp mic and use a second channel for the Sennheiser. Then you can set up the mic where it was, have the cam behind the road. Well, I don't necessarily need a separate tripod because I already have the blimp on a light stand. It is already on a tripod. Having it higher up doesn't necessarily add value, I think, for the audio. Unless you were able to raise it up high enough so that you can point it down and would not pick up the sound of trucks passing by. That was EasyJet A320 Neo going to Edinburgh in Scotland. It's looking like it is traversing the runway now. Suparna Airlines. Apple Flaps has to go. Thank you for joining, Apple Flaps. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. And enjoy the rest of your day. Make sure to enjoy the sunshine as well. Now once again looking like a shark. Yeah, you're right, Wolfgang. Have it in view. Well, I first need to have a second. Need to have another transmitter for the Sennheiser. Those don't come cheap. Let's first. Let's. Next time I'm coming here, I'll be setting up on the other side of the road. Now the downside is, of course, there's also traffic. I hope it's not going to be too much in the way. Maybe on a Sunday. Sundays would probably be good. Not a lot of trucks on the roads then. On Saturday you still have them on occasion. Right, TUI Dreamliner to Willemstad Curacao lined up, ready to go. Any sign of the airplane to Toronto yet? It was Toronto, wasn't it? Don't think so. Here it is. TUI Flight 367, operated by TUI Belgium. JDL is the registration. It's 12 years old, first flight November 2013. This looks much better with those wide bodies. More laterally. That's also what you get when you are a bit further back from the narrow bodies. We do have a few guys standing over there. That's probably the guys in the live chat. I see a banana on flight radar haven't come alive, so I think that might be pushed back. It's going to Madrid. Man, makes it a candidate for 18 left, I think. Makes it a probable candidate for 18 left. Right now lined up is KLM Flight 1007, going to London Heathrow.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
A321neo, EasyJet behind it, going to Fuerteventura. You can see it already. Huh? Hey! I should have gone to 18 left. They're using 27 for arrivals now. That's interesting. Has the wind changed? That's interesting. Did you guys see? I was wondering, should I go to the Kaagbaan or should I go to 18 left? I wanted to do departures, but... Huh? Was that just a one-off arrival or... Those bananas are sneaking past me.
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
They keep sneaking up behind me. What is going on? Right, was that a one-off arrival on runway 27? I'm trying to see if I see airplanes on the glide slope to 27. I'm not seeing any. One off. 380 still going to Polderbaan, Marissa says. Okay, well. That is weird. Huh, that was weird. Why a one-off landing to that runway? So what did we see then just now? Was it a flight number starting with a 9? Was it a relocation flight or something? Or was it a regular passenger flight? Was it a training flight perhaps? Pretty confusing if you ask me. Ah, it was a 9-9, so it was a relocation flight probably. Relocation, training, test flight, something like that. Okay, well at least now we know. Right, Turkish flight 1952 in the background. Going to Istanbul, Turkey, A330. Where will it show itself? The answer is there. Oh boy, that following is sloppy. Tracking is sloppy. Right. A380 is approaching Almere, Jerusalem says. So that is it. Hey, hey. I spy with my little eye. Thought I saw something. I was already looking. I thought when I saw Jerusalem's message, I was thinking, are we able to see it today? Answer is yes. Yes, we are. Visibility makes all the difference. I sometimes feel very clumsy trying to look for airplanes that are in my vicinity when at the Polderbaan, for instance. Oftentimes you... Oh, nice! Oftentimes it's just not visible due to cloudiness. Emirates flight 147, going to the Polderbaan. We should be able to see it pretty soon on final, when it is on final. This is still the downwind leg going to the north. In the meantime, a shitload of airplanes at the threshold of the Kaagbaan, 4 of them. One of them is now coming this way. Embraer 190 to Gothenburg, KLM flight 1233. 4 airplanes, 1 airborne, 1 on the ground, a 777, a wide body. German Airways, new tail, pointillism inspired. Dr. Telecom also in the house. Dr. O renamed to Dr. Telecom. What up, Doc? I spy with my little eye. I spied, but there it is. Airplane passing overhead. It was producing a control until it stopped doing it. It's American. American. Unless my eyes deceive me, but that's very much looking like an American Airlines to me. Oh, Frank. Hey broer, ga je overstappen of niet? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. What the F was that? The first thing you think when you see it is, this is staged. It cannot be real. What are you laughing about? Are you going to switch or not? For some reason I think that that guy was better off if he had stuck with selling small envelopes of cocaine instead of going door to door to try to convince people to switch energy suppliers. Michael has to go. See you later, mate. Thanks for stopping by. J0 in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Alright, the next departure should be KLM Flight 635 to Las Vegas. KLM Flight 635 is going to be the next departure. 777-200 the Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec Echo, BQE, 21 years old, first flight January 2004. Before it's coming this way, I'm taking a small glass of vodka. Hope that small trickle on the other side of the canal where I was filming yesterday didn't cause too many of you to need to go to the toilet constantly. When I was setting up and doing the audio test, I heard it and I thought, oh well, this sounds rather relaxing. But what might be relaxing to some might be a bit of a stressor to others. Right. 1 to 2 minutes left for the A380. Thanks for the heads up because it is visible quite clearly already. Here it is, last few moments of Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Let me have a look on Flight Radar. It is 6 hours and 41 minutes on the way. Nominal duration 15 years old. First flight April 2010. Now, normally speaking, between 1 and 2 o'clock over here, we have one runway open for departures. On a day like today, that should be Kaagbaan, runway 24. They only opened up 18 left recently, so I'm wondering if they are going to continue with diverging departures longer than normally would have been the case. Wouldn't be surprised if they were. Then again, you never know. In the meantime, Roxana is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. There's a 777-200 to Austin in Texas coming next. KLM flight 667. Ita lined up on 18 left. Still a cheater. I think that might be the cheater that we saw in the background. All right, let's see. Yeah, Ita to Rome. Lined up. You'll see that it's going to coincide with the departure of the triple. Let's see to what extent we will be able to film all of these departures. The cheater has gone, so... Oh, I can already hear the engines. The triple is spooling, it's coming. Those departures are going to coincide. It's going to happen all at once. Yep, there's the triple already. If I zoom out, you'll probably start to see the Ita in the background from left to right. Or... I still am not seeing Ita, so am I still in time then? Still in time. Lucky break for us. Yep, there it is. Already in the air. It's a relocation flight, so she isn't carrying any passengers, I think. Banana to Madrid, approaching the threshold of 18 left. Howdy Erik, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. And Jolo Yo is celebrating 3 months of membership. Writing in Dutch, thanks for the gifted membership yesterday. Who was it? Good question. I don't know who it was. Thank you so much, whoever gifted Jolo Yo the gift of membership. Please, helicopter taking off. Right, so that was 3 Itas in one show. Next up, German Airways. Is that the DTM? Yep, it's the DTM. Going to Aalborg. Eelborg. This is what I was referring to earlier, particularly those Embraers are already really far up in the sky and we're still too close to see them really good from the side. Really well, I should say. I heard myself say really good. And I thought, error, that doesn't sound good. Right, KLM flight 677 to Vancouver delayed until at least 1:08, Marissa says. Thank you for looking that up, Marissa. First Officer Jeffrey already announced his departure in the chat. He wasn't sure yet if he was going to be the pilot flying on the leg out, but knowing him, he might even let us know if he has time for it. Oh, look at that. Rolling airplane on Kaagbaan and a seemingly light A300 to Madrid in the background. Was already airborne. It must be light. Has to be light. Ah, Daniel says pronounced as Owlberg. That makes it much clearer for me. Thank you so much. Owlberg or something. Why do all these cities have those difficult names? Washington, Washington. That's also a tricky one. Or they look alike. Houston, Houston. Come on, get creative. Think of something new, something different. KLM Embraer to Birmingham. Flight 1045. Oh wow! Wolfgang says, lately at LAX, a 757 took off with a climb rate of 5,000 feet per minute. Wasn't that also a nickname of 757s? Oh no, that's the CRJs, right? Pocket Rocket. One of the two, I think, has that nickname. But wasn't the 757 dubbed the most overpowered passenger airplane or something? Then again, a lot of airplanes are capable of those climb rates if they're empty. KLM Flight 871 to Delhi in India. Delhi sandwich. Once again, hearing Geese. Where are they? It's just two of them. Not sure to what extent you guys hear them on the ambient microphone. But since arriving here, I've been hearing geese all the time, constantly flying around me from left to right, right to left, north to south, east to west, and vice versa. Surprisingly many birds and surprisingly little bird control. Oh, Qatar. Qatar also taking off from 18 left, another one getting away from us. You bastards! Now this lateral view also shows you how the wings are flexed on 777s as well. They're flexed on all airplane types, of course, but when you think of airplane flex, most people first start thinking about the Dreamliner, but all wings flex to more or less extent, to a certain extent. H1 bird control van is over here. And in the meantime, a Dreamliner from KLM. Here the wing flex is a bit more apparent. Cathay A350 is being pushed back, Marissa says, and despite the time still going to 18 left. Well, that is something that I was mentioning earlier and I was a little afraid of. Because of the later opening of 18 left, I wouldn't be surprised if they also keep it open longer than normally would have been the case. Axel also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Jimmy Slime informing us that there will be a 787 above us in a few moments going to China. Is that the one arriving from, or having departed from Brussels? If that's the case, it's probably not producing a control yet. I'm not seeing anything in my immediate vicinity. Hey, Jill Bima also back in the chat. Welcome back. They wrote birth control wrong. Indeed, Marissa. Keen observation. Iceland Air flight 507 to Reykjavik, Iceland. Max 8737. After that, KLM flight 957 to Newcastle. And you can see that Iceland Air already was a bit lower in the sky when passing us by than your average Embraer would have been, which makes it better to see from the side, which I personally think is a bit more aesthetically pleasing. With all that we've discussed before, I have made up my mind. Next time I'm coming this way, I will be setting up past the road and hope that it's not going to be too loud. We'll see. Wolfgang is referring to the wing flex of the 777-10 or X. Not sure if it should be pronounced as 10 or X, but I'm wondering when will we first start seeing them? How much longer do we still have to wait? KLM flight 957 to Newcastle, Embraer 190. And KLM flight 677 to Calgary. Now on flight radar visible. First Officer Jeffrey was already in the live chat earlier. Still not sure whether or not he will be the pilot flying. But they are there somewhere, or at least they were just now. Now no longer do I see them on flight radar. Alright. I needed to scroll to read Wolfgang's message, and now my chat is no longer ending at the end of the chat. Cannot scroll further down. So something needs to be reset first. Let me give that a go. Simplest is just to copy the live chat URL, paste it in a new window, set top chat to live chat, zoom in a little, scroll down. That is working. Re-enable the split screen, 50-50. Turn back the phone, and we're done. Which will come first, 777X or GTA 6? That's a good question. GTA 6 was announced for 2026, right? I don't know about the 777. What is it? X? Should it be pronounced as X or 10? I don't really know for sure. A340 approaching my zenith. Getting awfully close to the highest point that I can go with my camera. Here we go with the sun now behind us. We can clearly see this is Lufthansa. That's the older livery with the yellow logo. Looking at the length of the fuselage, I am inclined to say this might be a 600 question mark. You guys will undoubtedly be able to tell me, was it or wasn't it? Nobody mentioning it? All right. Butsy also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Everything here on my end is well. Lovely day here. As you can see, quite a difference compared to yesterday and the day before yesterday. The sun is out, albeit not very high above the sky this time of year. Not even getting above 15 degrees. But the sun is out. Lovely day here. Not too cold, not very windy. Absolute joy to be out here. Now, what also brings me incredibly much joy is Siegfried's renewal. Siegfried the fighter just renewed his membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylounge, mate. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Make sure to have fun with those custom emojis that are once again at your disposal. We kept your seat warm. Good to have you back. That's KLM flight 677. First Officer Jeffrey on board. Not sure though if he is the pilot flying. Going to Calgary. But she says it looks superlative where you are, boy. Well, compared with yesterday, it certainly is. Initially, we were seeing a band of clouds at the southerly horizon. This is now looking to the south. You can also see just how low the sun really is above the horizon. And I think it's already begun setting. 14 point something degrees above the horizon is what we get here in the Netherlands this time of year. Then again, we do get sunshine until shortly after 10 p.m. in half a year from now. That's the flip side. Almost 17 hours of sunshine. That's what you get at 52 degrees latitude. KLM flight 677 to Calgary. Lining up as we speak. Temporarily getting out of our view. First officer is Jeffrey. He was already in the chat earlier. But we don't know. He hasn't reported back, nor do I think he will at this time anymore. Whether or not he will be the pilot flying out on this leg or the pilot monitoring. Yeah, indeed, but see, the sunset at this time of year here in the Netherlands is around 4:25 p.m. The sunsets will lengthen again in a few days from now. The shortest day obviously will be around the 20th or 21st or something. But the day length decreases because of later sunrises and not because of earlier sunsets. The sun is setting at its earliest now, these couple of days, and will once again start happening later in a few days from now. But then, of course, the sunrise is still getting later. Its latest will be around New Year's Eve. But by then the sunsets are already lengthening so much that the day length in total will lengthen. No wing wave, unfortunately. We were hoping for it. But as expected, it didn't happen. Okido, it is 1:06 right now. Technically speaking, the only runway open should be the Kaagbaan. Now, whether or not that is happening, I wonder. Cathay Pacific is still taking off from 18 left, but will that be the only airplane, or will there be more? That's the question. Hey, that's nice. Ben the man's mom is on Cathay Pacific the Cathay Pacific A350. Well, they're still taxiing to the threshold of 18 left, so it's going to be a few more minutes before they'll start rolling and we'll get to see them. Other than the Cathay Pacific A350, I'm not seeing any other airplanes that are going to that runway anymore. Then again, all the airplanes that are on the move right now have destinations that lie to the west of the Netherlands. Marissa has to go. She is going to help her mom set up a Christmas tree. Nice. Have fun, Marissa. Thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again tomorrow. Stranger says Kuwait Airways 777 to JFK is visible by any chance. Just flew above Almere. Well, in that case, I think I must be able to see it already. There's only one contrail that I can see in that part of the sky, and that is this one. That should be the Kuwait 777 then, Stranger. Trouble is, it's so far away, it's hard to make out that it is Kuwait. You have to believe me when I say so. Or at least speculate that it is. Iceland Air going to Reykjavik in Iceland. Hey Chris. Chris is back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hey Quint, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Familie Volkering, goedemiddag. Quint says, looks like Delta Airlines 91 is going to 18 left. It is definitely taxiing in a different direction. It's looking more like it's going back to the gate for whatever reason. But keenly observed. Another biz jet from runway 22. I think Butsy also asked until when I am planning on streaming today. Well, there's usually an outbound rush hour. Well, technically it's an inbound rush hour, but because of the rush hour for inbound, it means only one runway will be open for outbound. That's normally between 1 and 2. So that usually means more activity for the runway than open for departures. In other words, it should get a bit more busy now from 1 till 2. And with still a few more wide bodies expected to take off, I am going to try to stay around until approximately 2. Unless, of course, the rush hour ends earlier than that, which also sometimes occurs. Here's the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 going back to Hong Kong, flight 270, having departed from 18 left, despite it being a 111 already. Then again, they did keep 18 left closed longer than normally they would have done. So I wouldn't be surprised if they now are keeping 18 left also open a bit longer. But we'll find that out soon enough. No, until approximately 2 then, Butsy. This is KLM flight 765 going... I was too late to click on the label, then it moved out of my picture. Oranje stad Aruba, if I am not mistaken. Yeah. That's what you get when you stream from Schiphol multiple times per week for 3 years on end. You do start to remember the flight numbers by heart, or at least the vast majority. Familie Volkering says in Dutch, pity that you're not streaming in the evenings. We'll be leaving with the Watermelon next week. The Watermelon? Which airplane is that? First time I'm hearing that nickname for an airplane, the Watermelon. Well, streaming in the evening, depending on the time of year. I mean, if you mean evening dark or just around dinner time. In the summer I do sometimes stream then. It doesn't seem to matter what I do. Viewership is low. It did seem to be a bit lower when I stream later in the day than when I stream in the mornings. I have a strong preference to stream in the local mornings simply because I like to go to the gym in the evening and I'm at my best in the late afternoon. Night owl by birth. Plus the outbound and inbound rush hours in the morning are best. It's the part of the day where you have the best action. Streaming at night with my camera, I'm not sure how good that would go. I'm skeptical. I don't think it's going to be that good. Although I have learned a lot over the course of the years about my camera so that I can tweak it to optimize the settings. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, Embraer 190 to Hamburg. Frank says, when you don't see anything on the 25th out of your window, it's kerstmist. Oh, kerstmist. Kerstmis is the Dutch words for Christmas, and mist is mist, aka fog in Dutch. Christmas fog. Play on word in Dutch. A play on words in Dutch. Ah, watermelon is tap at Portugal. There you go. Tap at Portugal, watermelon. Well, don't think I've heard that one before. Then again, I live under a rock, so I'm not too surprised. Next up, it's going to be KLM flight 1545 to Malaga. (737-800). And is 18 left still open? Don't think it is it? Well, as the day is progressing, you can see that the majority of the sky is blue. It was a bit more cloudy in the morning, but it pretty soon opened up and we've never looked back since. Although in the south, if you look to the horizon, it is still more cloudy than it is over here. That's been the case all the time. Wolfgang says you can try a night stream, call it AMS Night Owl. This is KLM flight 1831 to Stuttgart. Already airborne. Pretty far away. Delta Airlines in the background. That's Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. And JetBlue to Boston also alive. Is that the ITA lookalike? It was on flight radar for a few moments. Now it's gone again. JetBlue 632 to Boston. I think it was this airplane, or at least I'm hoping it was. Would be nice to see that pretty soon. Right, Delta Airlines is now number 3 to depart. There are 2 more airplanes preceding it. Lined up already is a KLM to Chester, and Embraer 175, flight 1033. Air Arabia Morocco to Tangier is next after that. And Marcos Glider, thank you so much for your super chat. No accompanying text further along with it, but that's okay. Thank you so much, Marcos. That is very sweet, much appreciated. Here it is, KLM flight 1033 to Chester, Embraer 175. Was looking in the background at the JetBlue that I was eyeing earlier. For a moment the airplane reappeared on flight radar, but looking like it had been pushed back already. So I was looking to see if maybe the wannabe ETA livery was already in the process of pushback, but I guess it's just flight radar acting up. Next up, Air Arabia Morocco going to Tangier in Morocco, which is of course in the north of
Africa.
Delta Airlines flight 75 behind it, going to Atlanta, Georgia. American Airlines flight 203 to Philadelphia, next after that. And yeah, I'm not sure what Delta Airlines flight 91 is doing. First it was looking like it was going back to the gate, but where it is currently situated there are no gates, are there? Not exactly sure. You're right, Daniel. JetBlue livery is when ETA and Transavia Peter Pan have a baby. Yeah, it does look a little like a mix of the two. Wolfgang has to go, sadly. Thank you for stopping by, Wolfgang. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Right, American Airlines. Have we seen that before in today's stream? I'm not sure that we have. But we will soon enough. American Airlines flight 203 to Philadelphia. First up, Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. A330neo. Haven't seen a single A350 from Delta today, have we? It's been A330s exclusively. Not that I'm complaining, just wondering where they are. It seems to vary over time. American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia is lined up right now, and it is looking like ITA, JetBlue. No, that's still the same location, isn't it? This JetBlue certainly doesn't seem to have moved. Oh wait, now yeah. Nose pointing north, nose pointing south. It is flight radar acting up. I'm pretty sure now that it is that airplane that we are seeing on flight radar, but it doesn't look like it's moving anytime soon. Now, there also seems to be a Diamond private airplane, small airplane on runway 22. American is already on the move. American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here it is. Nice wing fluff. Even casting a shadow on the fuselage, that was really nice to see, albeit short-lived. KLM A330 to St. Maarten is also coming this way. Should become visible from the left at some point, not too long from now. Yep, there it is. The other airplane seems to be an arrival, and there also seems to be another A330. That's the A330 to Vancouver. That seems to have been pushed back. Where is that? Not seeing anything. On paper, that should be a KLM A330 there as well. And this is KLM Flight 775, which will be leaving for St. Maarten. Right now, lined up and coming this way first will be KLM Flight 1801 to Düsseldorf, aka JD's hometown. German Airways flight, flying on behalf of KLM. The Dossie, 18 years old, hailing from 2007. The month not specified on flight radar. In the meantime, Herb Whitaker, thank you so much for your kind words and for your generous donation. Herb Whitaker super chats, and he writes, "Thank you for streaming from Amsterdam. Your streams are top notch." Well, I appreciate your kind words, and I am happy to hear you are enjoying the streams. I do my utmost best to give you the best quality I can. Glad to hear it is appreciated, Herb. Thank you so much for your generosity and for your kind words. KLM Flight 775 to St. Maarten will be next. That's an A330-300. Going to the place we all would want to go for at least one time. St. Maarten. This is the Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Foxtrot, aka the fuck off. Fuck off to St. Maarten. 11-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014. Hey, Michael DCA is also back in the chat. Slept in and thought I missed today's stream. Well, you certainly haven't, although we have gone through the majority of the stream without a doubt, but as long as the traffic keeps flowing to the Kaagbaan, and speaking of that, that's exactly what isn't happening right now. I am continuing with the stream. Here we have the Delta taking a somewhat atypical tour around Schiphol, going to Orlando, or at least that's what it's scheduled to go to. It's looking like it's headed for runway 24 now, although having taken the scenic route. I'm looking up, I realize I'm hearing overhead traffic, but it has already passed, and the sound I'm hearing takes a little while to travel back down to Earth. Lovely calmness here, not much to hear, except geese in the distance. Looking around to see where those geese are. They're not in my immediate vicinity, I can tell you that. Right, Delta to Orlando is over there. And there's the A330 to Vancouver, KLM 681. And there's a Transavia going to Sharm el Sheikh. Yeah, Sharm el Sheikh. Shake it. Right there, going to Egypt. First departure of the bunch. Daniel wonders if the PH aka also exists. It definitely does. PH aka the fucka, as in how's your mother fucka. That's what we call it. You also have fuck D, PH aka D. Fuck D and thy parents. KLM Airbus A330s have the best registrations in the fleet. It's going to be a sad day when they're going to retire those. Substrate for many jokes will then disappear. Right, the Transavia to Sharm el Sheikh is moving. Right. KLM flight 1705 to Brussels this is. An Embraer 175. Followed by an Embraer 190 which is going a bit further. Marginally to Luxembourg. This is going to Brussels. And they're almost at the top of descent already. They'll start preparing the landing in a few minutes from now. And apparently these flights are always filled. You'd think such a short distance one would take the car or train, but apparently still plenty of passengers that opt to take this flight. KLM Embraer 190 to Luxembourg via Cheaters Lane, flight 1711, here it is. And next after that is going to be Delta Airlines flight 91 going to Orlando in Florida, which took the scenic route over the platform area to get to the threshold of runway 24. Was anybody listening on ATC? Did anybody happen to listen on ATC to hear what was going on with the Delta A330? In the meantime, a busiest taking off from runway 22. Is that a Learjet? An abundance of sunshine. And Delta Airlines on the move. Delta Airlines flight 91 to Orlando, Florida. A330-300. Beautiful wingtip vortices. If it's not flap tip vortices, it's wingtip vortices. The A330 is very capable of producing them. Another A330 up next. Its smaller sibling. We saw the 300 just now. A 200 will be next. KLM flight 681 to Vancouver in Canada. A330-200. The airplane is 20 years old. Its first flight was in August 2005. Let's see, Ryanair after that, EasyJet after that. Indigo also seems to have come alive. Indito, nice. Frank says every lesson airplane that you take flight lessons in with jet engines is a learning jet, Learjet. Play on words in Dutch. Nice one, Frank. Keep them coming. That's a good one, Jeff. Indeed. Don't we have a PHART fart? You'd think there would be an Airbus with that registration. PHART. Paul says it's a cargo plane, it's carrying baked beans. Biofuel. Biogas is what it's running on. Hello there, Hazelmaus. Herzlich willkommen. Next up, Ryanair. Sometimes those wingtips are hard to see, and I often think, is it asymmetrical? Here too I am thinking, are these asymmetrical wingtips, or am I just missing the bottom part on the left hand side, but is it there? It's looking like, to me, it's looking like asymmetric wingtips, but I think I've seen that before on occasion. I always am wondering, I'm always second guessing my own vision. Surely it can be asymmetrical, can it? But it was looking like it. Lighting is still working very much in our favor. This location is absolutely beautiful to see the airplanes well illuminated. Paul also confirming that it looked like the bottom tip was missing on the left hand side, so I guess either we both aren't seeing properly or it actually was asymmetrical. Whenever I see that, the first thing that comes to my mind is surely it cannot be asymmetrical. Why would they keep it like that? Why would they even construct it like that? But there you go, it was looking like it. Okay. Paul says, I seem to recall there was an A380 with a missing wingtip and it kept flying. Okay. Did you see that on AMS Live? Because I certainly cannot recall having seen that here in Amsterdam. Hey, it's the JetBlue ETA wannabe finally moving. Actually moving and not just flight radar acting up. Going to Boston, Massachusetts, over there in the distance. Is that the next airplane to come this way? Unless I'm missing airplanes that aren't showing on flight radar, it is. Gelkasith says it is there but barely visible, so maybe we need to go to Specsavers, Paul. It was a BA A380. Hey, it's JG, good to see ya. Welcome back. Right, if you look on flight radar, there are 3 wide bodies. 2 of them are already moving, coming this way. Indigo to Mumbai, KLM flight 651 to Washington behind it. Jeff says that is a very Kath Kitson livery. Don't know Kath Kitson? Who's that and what makes the livery so typical? Okay. Paul recalling to have seen that at Heathrow a couple of times. Yeah. Well, whatever. As long as the wings aren't asymmetrical and it's just the wingtips. They're less important. The wings are more important. They need to be symmetrical and functional. Also very important. JetBlue now lined up. Going to Boston, Massachusetts. The wannabe ETA livery. 3.5 ETAs we have seen in today's show thus far. 3 actual and 1 JetBlue in a few moments. It's going to be the November 4083 Juliet that we are going to see in a few moments. The airplane a year old, first flight May 2024. That's 6.5 hours, if I recall correctly. 6.5 to 7 hours of flying. And Daniel is informing us that the KLM 100 years also alive and pushed back. Coming this way, destination Toronto, Canada. Almost looking like ETA, but not completely. Still a nice livery, and I think this looks better than the standard livery does. What do you guys think? Do you like this better or the standard livery of JetBlue? Here we have Norse flying on behalf of Indigo. Okay. What's this? It's something that we hardly ever see here. KLM cheating. We never see that at the Polderbaan. Well, I don't know who Kath Kitson is to begin with, Jeff. So is she an artist or something? So Indigo is still holding short and not lined up yet on the runway. KLM flight 651 is, that's the cheater A330 on Cheaters Lane, going to Washington. And there you go. It is the PH, aka the fucker, as in how's your motherfucker. There it is. We spoke about it earlier already. Here you can see it in real, actual life. Its sibling, we're not too sure it exists. It is the PHAKE, the fake. This one, the Faka, is 13 years old. First flight was in February 2012. Hey there, Silja, good day. Ah, home furnishings and stuff. Didn't know, Jeff. Hey, Lucas-son, good afternoon to you too, buddy. Welcome back. Daniel says that the FACA was delayed by 20 minutes, which is why it may have cheated. Could be. That might well be the case. Then again, Indigo still doesn't seem to be moving, and it's looking like Shamrock is also on Cheater's Lane, or are they now? Well, they're not even showing on my flight radar for some reason. That's weird, because normally Aer Lingus does show on flight radar normally. But you can see it's standing closer to us, so that's on... Oh yeah, now I do see it. It is on Cheater's Lane, and I'm wondering, where will KLM Flight 691 go to? I'm starting to wonder if something might be up with the Dreamliner from Indigo. Hey buddy! Just motherfucking on time. Good to see you, man. Yeah, it's the last, it's the end bit of the show. KLM 100 years, is that now also... Oh, there are multiple cheater lanes. There you go, you can see it now. Oh, and KLM is cheating on Aer Lingus as well. The KLM 100 years is the next airplane. Here I was thinking it probably would be Aer Lingus, but you can see who rules supreme here at Schiphol Airport. We're all equal airlines, but some are more equal than others. Indigo needs a tow, yeah. Big surprise there. That's a first. Yeah. Make place for KLM.
Oh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
KLM Flight 691 is coming to town. Well, not really, but they are lined up. Huh? Hey. Flight radar is really weird. It was looking like it was taking the exit where Aer Lingus is holding short. Of course, that can't be. Okay, well, I'm pretty confident KLM Flight 691 will be the next departure. KLM 100 years Dreamliner 78710 Dreamliner to Toronto. That's the PH-BKA, not the PH-AKA, but the BKA. And we can see Aer Lingus also moving, means that the Dreamliner from KLM has begun to move. KLM 100 years is 6 years old, first flight June 2019. 6 years old, that's also how much this... 6 years is also the number of years that this livery is outdated. And Wolfgang was asking the same, Gary. Is it possible to set up on the pile of dirt? Well, it's airside, so you probably need a security pass. It does seem that the mountain is... accessible because there are cones over there. Six or seven traffic cones, so one is able to reach it. Although I'm not sure how firm the ground is for my tripod. I am afraid that it might get stuck there. But you can see them over there. They're watching us. There were 3 spotted initially by Jeff, and then they started multiplying. Here's number 4. There's number 5. There's number 6. And there was even a mentioning of a 7th, which I am now no longer seeing. It was here before. So they're coming and going. I'm sure they're plotting something. Although I'm not sure what. This is Aer Lingus flight 605 to Dublin, Ireland, an A320. Oh wow, that is a good idea. Dress as a cone. Oh, have you seen that that classical clip from what's that guy's name again? I remember. You had this French guy who posted clips on YouTube years ago, Remy Gaillard, I think his name was. He pulled pranks and filmed it while doing them. One of the pranks he pulled was he dressed as a traffic camera and started flashing cars when they were driving along a road he was standing next to in the dark, so they could see the flashes and you could see how all the cars, when they saw that they were flashed, started hitting the brakes, until he also started doing it when a police car drove past, and then the police started coming after him and he started running. Hilarious to see. Remy Gaillard. I think he also dressed up as a traffic cone once. Come to think of it. I think what he was. Oh no! That was. Oh, what are they called again? Those Americans. They were on MTV. They had a midget, a dwarf, and he dressed under he crept under a traffic cone and then would stand at the bottom of an escalator that was going down, so that all the people had to walk around him. What was that called again? Anyway. Here we have Indigo, finally rolling, going to Mumbai, operated by Norse, 7879 Dreamliner. Jackass, that's it. That dwarf used to creep under, he used to crouch under a traffic cone. That was great fun. Wee man, indeed. Yeah, sounds like a foolproof plan. Dress up as a traffic cone and take all the equipment and go up there. Frank says, new Christmas movie coming in, Cone Alone. Oh dear, oh dear. Right. Well, we're approaching 2 o'clock. And right now, I'm not seeing any wide bodies in the vicinity. I do see a couple of wide bodies that are on flight radar, but they still need to be pushed back. Maybe TUI flight 821 has already been pushed back. But I'm thinking with Indigo finally having taken off just now, it might be a good moment to wrap up and go enjoy the sun while it is still out before it is under the horizon again. Tomorrow should stay dry, but a bit more cloudy than today, so I'm thinking maybe of going to 18 left then. It will also depend on what is approaching Amsterdam, because today there wasn't much in terms of quad squad coming. Well, the full quad squad was coming, but it was just 3 quad-engined airplanes, not 5 Queens plus the A340 plus the A380 like on, what was it, Thursday or Friday. Thought I saw a helicopter over there somewhere. So yeah, I'm thinking about wrapping up and going back out again tomorrow. Not sure yet where. If there is a shitload of 747s coming and the wind isn't changing, I might go to the Polderbaan after all, but I'm thinking hard of going to runway 18 left, assuming the wind is from the south. Right, I'm going to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already, if you did like what you saw today. And make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. A big thank you to everybody who supported in the forms of likes, super chats, super stickers, gifted memberships and the likes. A big thank you once again to all the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible for everybody. Hopefully I'll see you all again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you soon. Bye for now, guys.